Hello, hello, hello. Hope everyone's having a nice day. Oh, just got a bunch of updates from Stream Elements just as I started the stream. It looks like I forgot to change the text rotator again. So today's plan is actually just quest check. That is the entire plan. We're gonna go through a bunch of feedback that I got since Monday when I released the video. The video got pretty successful. I think we just passed like 20,000 views on it. So that's good news because it means there's a bunch of people right now who are getting playtesters who probably wouldn't have gotten playtesters until I made this thing. So that's really good news. I'm really happy about that. But yeah, we've got a bunch of feedback. Actually, I have put together like a Google sheet, I guess, just to keep track of it, keep track of who I had given the 40% off discount code, which you get in exchange for giving me feedback on the website, just to make sure everyone gets what they're owed, and just to make sure I can actually get through all of this thing. So yeah, this is going to be a dev stream. This is going to be extremely nerdy. You're gonna get some flashbangs of a bunch of code. Like, you're also going to get probably some flashbangs of contracts, because I know that's a bit of a... That's something that we needed to update a bit. The template had a couple issues that I needed to fix. So yeah, this is going to be such a nerdy stream. I hope you're down for it. But yeah, if you have any questions at any point during the stream, like anything from game design, GMing questions that you would like me to turn into a YouTube short for some reason, yeah, just feel free to ask. I'm here to answer a question and maybe somehow find a way to turn this into an entertaining stream. So yeah, welcome, welcome, welcome. The first thing I kind of want to tackle is this thing, the contract template, just because I like starting with what I perceive to be pretty important as well as pretty difficult, just so we can get through it. I've already started thinking a bit about how I should tackle this. So basically the idea is, right now, if you go to a contract, I'm just gonna pick a contract at random. This is the test server, so it's all stuff that doesn't exist in the actual database that you all have access to. If I create a playtest, and I preview the PDF, where is the name credit thingy? Can I zoom in a bit? Crediting. Yeah, here is the issue that I have to solve. What's your favorite solution to players missing a game? So when I started GMing, it was just me and my 3 closest friends, basically. So whenever someone missed a session, we would just cancel. That quickly became annoying because people have lives, so sometimes it's expected that at least one person is going to miss a session. So we scaled up. We just scaled up to 5 players, and now our rule is, if no more than one person is missing, we just continue playing. And yeah, because of this, I think we had a straight 2-year span where we didn't miss a single session. So yeah, would recommend just scale up a bit and then make it so you can continue playing even if one person is missing. Okay, before the contract here, I kind of forgot, but I added the email here, thanks to, I think it was Nstav on the Discord server, who told me that, yeah, actually, like, in order to be valid, a contract needs to be identifiable, so you need to include an email. That is completely fair. So I included the email here, but I forgot that I was using the exact same replacement string in the crediting here. So in a bunch of contracts right now, you have a clause that says people need to be credited as their username and then their email, which is very not good. You don't want to have a bunch of people's emails appear in people's supplements. So that's not very good. Here's the problem about that though. I'm not really allowed to change the template, right? Because that would change the contracts that people have already signed. That's not something you would want. So I need to have some sort of a version system for templates. And that means there's a bunch of ways I could store the different versions of the template. Like I could store them in the code itself. I could store them in a database, etc. What I think makes the most sense is probably to store them as static files, which means they're going to be very easy and performant to import. So with the framework I'm using, anything I put in this folder here is basically just going to be sent to a CDN and very easy to oh no, playtest agreement v1.08. Yeah, that is my goal, is to not do a Wizard of the Coast. So yeah, anything I put in here is going to be very easy to access. So I'm just gonna add a new folder in here called templates. And I'm gonna add a v1.md markdown. That's the format I'm using for all of the templates. That's going to be the one that you already have right now on the website. This is the current template, which I currently have a bit scattered everywhere because there's one part here, which is nice. I can just copy paste this. But then there's these three-ish parts here, which work a bit differently. The way these work is that if you go to this file over here, I do a bunch of conditional replacements. So for example, when I come across this tag, the task tag, I compare, I basically just go, okay, what is the task for this playtest? And depending on it, I insert a different text. Super simple, super nice. But if I only have one file for the entire template, I'm going to need to figure out a way to make that different. I'm going to need to have the logic inside the template itself. So that means coming up with a custom syntax, I guess. How should that syntax look like is the question. It's still probably going to involve 3 curly braces just because that's easiest to actually parse. I think a syntax like this might be pretty good. And then I just put the text here. That should be pretty easy to detect with like a regular expression. Okay, so oh, that's going to be a multi-line thing if I do this. And regular expressions are not that good at multi-line things. That should be fine. Okay. So replace all. It's going to be a regular expression, so it's surrounded by slashes. That's the syntax for this little thing. Triple brackets. I don't think brackets are a special character in regular expressions, so that should be fine. Then it goes task, space, equal, space. This, and then parentheses, so I can actually capture this thing. And then another set of parentheses, so I can capture this second thing. I think if I add a G at the end for global, that should make it a global regular expression. I'm just gonna test this real quick, see if it actually works. I'm in ECMAScript. Hello, welcome. So let's see if this works. So if I write a bunch of text and then a bunch more text, and then in that text I happen to have something that looks like this, it does not detect it. Okay, cool. What did I do wrong? Oh, I need double quotes around here, and it's still not working. Any character except for line terminators. The idea is it should capture the ABCD, and it should capture this and allow me to basically do something with it. Oh, I have an arrow here. Okay, there we go. We're detecting this thing. The problem is if I want to have this on multiple lines now. I'm currently trying to learn C# and it takes quite a while. How did you learn? The old-fashioned way. I just went to school for way too many years, which I did in France, so at least it wasn't too expensive. I think it was like $400 a year. If I want this to be... Oh, I know. I think I know. So instead of a dot, you put it in an array, and that means anything within those square brackets will match. So now I can put the dot and a new line character, and maybe a return character. Huh. Okay, so if you're within brackets, then the dot is not a special character anymore. It just matches the actual dot character. Why? So how about something like this with a bunch of ors in there? And then I wrap everything into another set of parentheses. And that's the part that gets repeated. Okay, we have a match. So there's a coding school. Yeah, I mean, there's a bunch of online classes if you want to get started, and then there's just regular, what Americans would call college or engineering schools, as they call here. Like, this is definitely like one of the most popular career choices right now. So yeah, there's a lot of resources. Okay, so we have a match. So I think this works. Let's bring that over here. Still need to wrap it in slashes to make the language understand that this is actually a regular expression. And then how do I replace this? If I do replace all, oh, I can't actually do this. Okay, because here's the thing. Right now I only have this one, but in reality I would need a second and a third and a fourth and a fifth case for every single type of task. So playtest, ran by the publisher, etc. The pusher, publisher. Recently started using Atom 20. Very interesting, but good tutorial would be awesome. Took me quite a while to get something basic to work. I used to have a video showing, like, because I think on the actual Google App Store, there's only a 1-minute video. Where is it? Why is it so low? That is not the right one. Google Chrome. Atom 20. There he is. No thanks. Yeah, this video is only a minute long because that's the requirement on the Google Chrome page. But I did have a 5-minute video which goes a bit more in depth. You can find it on my website. If you go to, I think it's DM Tools, which I should definitely edit because this is not complete. It might be in my last blog post. Nope. If you go to blog, is there a way to search maybe? How did I find it the first time? What? That's awkward. Yeah, I need to fix that. I'll just post the link in the actual chat. For this thing. There we go. So at least this version has a bit more detail. It's a 5-minute video. It should at least walk you through a bit better. There you go. So hopefully that should help. If it's still not enough, let me know, because I can just remake this video, make it better. It's a really short video, so that's okay. Okay, so how do I replace this thing? I can't actually use the replace all function. Can I? No, because I have a bunch of different task types. So let's do that instead. So I have a list of the tasks? Yes, I have a list of the tasks. So for every single task, I'm gonna build a regular expression. Which is going to look like this. Except this part, I need to actually put the task in it. So it's a parameterized regular expression. I don't remember how you do these in JavaScript off the top of my head. Use the regex constructor. Okay, and then this can be a regular string. Yeah, okay, so if I do this, it should be easier. And then within here, that's where I put the task. Have you ever played with 3GS and React 3 Fiber? Yeah, a bit, for extremely spoilery reasons. Kind of the entire reason I started this YouTube channel is I had a plan for a website I really wanted to do a Kickstarter for, and then I realized running a Kickstarter is really difficult, and I needed, like, at least people to know I existed. So YouTube sounded like a good way to do this. And yeah, the website I want to do one day, eventually, like, it's going to be after Flarefall is finished at the very least. So it's going to be a couple of years. Yeah, it involves a bit of 3D, that's for sure. One hint I can give you is the fact I'm using a PNG tuber avatar is not like innocent. But yeah, I've played with it a bit. Really relate to that. Yeah, Kickstarter is just so much so complicated. Like the entire reason I haven't run one yet is I just don't feel ready to do it justice, you know, like to do it properly and do things the right way yet. Maybe one day, but I'm not there yet, and I'm not comfortable running this thing yet. How do I tell the regex that it's a global one? I think I just put it here. Is that correct? Okay. Then, if the task matches the task from the playtest, you replace this with what's inside the parentheses, and if it's not, you replace it with an empty string. I think is the correct way to approach this. So, if task equals the task from the playtest, then that's not correct. It's probably going to look something like this. It's not going to be the first match, I don't think. But yeah, that's kind of the idea, is for every single one of these dynamic matches, instead of hard coding what I inject in the template, I use the template to know what I need to inject. Yo, Trek, good luck with the coding. Thank you. I'm hoping we're gonna get through a bunch of these little quality of life improvements. It might take more than a single stream though, to be completely clear, because yeah, this video got super popular, which is great. But that means I got a lot of feedback, and I'm only a decent dev. Then we have the same thing for the list of bounties. How is the book going? How are you feeling going so far into an RPG product? Share some insight. Are you talking about Flareful? This Flareful is still very, very early. Like, if I can find the website, if you go to the world section especially, like, this thing is only about 10 pages right now, I think. There is not a whole lot of content for this game yet. It's going to take at least a couple of years before I'm comfortable putting like a price tag on this thing. Just because, yeah, there's a lot of works, and I've only run a couple playtests for it so far. So that means, yeah, until I run at least one full campaign of this thing, I'm not going to be comfortable putting a price tag on it, I don't think. That's going to take a while. So here, this is going to be the exact same thing. I'm just going to do this just so the thing actually compiles, so I can actually test it. Let's test it by having like A, B, C, D, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 1, 1, 1, and then I get rid of the other two. With different values that are actually correct, hopefully. And if I go back to my test website, do I still have the empty task? No, I don't. I might have to reopen this thing. Well, that's interesting. Why did it not take the changes yet? What did I miss? Oh, I'm using a customized contract, so it's not taking the template at all. It's still not taking the template at all, though. Even after that. Because I'm not using this template, I'm still using the old one. Okay. So I'm going to have to need... I'm gonna need to have like a template version field within the playtests, but for now I'm just going to import this new template directly. So it's going to be one more level above, one more level above. Templates v1. So later I'm gonna have to import these dynamically, but for now this is good enough. Okay, so none of this worked. Okay, cool. It did not match any of my tasks. Just watch the Atom 20 video, it explains the basic stuff. I think my main problem is setting it up and writing the macros in Google Sheets in a useful way. Ah. In that case, what you're looking for is probably the Roll20 what's it called? Wiki. Nice reference. Just to basically how to format how the Roll20 format works. That's your question, basically. I don't have it on this browser. Let me see if I can find. Basically, you're trying to figure out how to write these things. If I got it right. Because this is what I thought would be the easy part, basically, because you're just using basic, like, spreadsheet syntax to create these character strings. It's a combination of Google Sheets and macros. There's no easy way to do it. It's not like a fast thing. Like, yeah, definitely it's gonna take a while, but once you have it set up, yeah, it's just really easy. Because once you write the first one, you can use a lot of this to write the next one. Like, this is very similar. Might be easy for you, not for everyone. Yeah, that's fair. Yo, I don't know how to make this part easier though, because this is basically just replacing some values in the string with what I find here, for example. Takes a lot of effort for the first ones, yeah. The next ones, once you have one, it's just copy pasting a bunch, most of it basically. Tried reusing some, and sometimes there's an error, and I don't know what I did wrong. Ah. There should be a good amount of documentation, but documentation it's kind of annoying to read through. But like there should be a bunch of examples on the Roll20 wiki. Like most of what I'm doing in this bestiary is basically just wrapping everything in a template. But you don't have to. Like you could just send a macro that's like, please roll 2d10, and yeah, that's gonna work, you know. I just like making it pretty. Back to my contract. So it looks like none of my regular expressions matched anything. Yes, and that is in fact the case because, again, I'm an idiot and I wrapped everything in single quotes instead of double quotes. If I do this, one of them matched. The other two I'm not too sure about. Is it because it has a plus in there? No easy way of learning both, yeah. But those are, I mean, at least the Google Sheet part is useful skills to have just in general, just because of how much it lets you do. The Roll20 part is mostly just so you can brag to your friends. Not gonna lie. The Roll20 part, not as useful. Unless you're trying to build a system, I guess. There's some things I tried to build, but I'm not sure it's possible for Roll20 to do. It's pretty versatile. Let me see if I can... I don't have Roll20 on this machine. So that's going to be hard to demo. But yeah, Roll20 can do a lot. Like, you can include stuff like whenever you send this macro, you have to, like, there's a pop-up that shows up and then you have to select from a bunch of options. Like, there's a bunch of stuff. Okay, so it looks like the first one didn't match at all. What if I change the task type to that first one? And then I go to the preview. Still didn't match. That's interesting. Did I mistype it? Maybe? Oh, I think that's a proper copy paste. So it should work unless I messed with the syntax somehow. I'm just gonna give them more space so I can see it easier, but yeah, I don't think I miss. Maybe if I do this, you never know. No, it doesn't change anything. Having a 2d10 system and having a crit by having a 10 over the target number or having 2 10s. Oh yeah, if you have to include like information from the target into the roll, that's something Roll20 is generally not great at compared to like Foundry, for example. But it does have its advantages because that means Foundry, for example, it's much harder to make custom stuff on it compared to Roll20. Just because it's a more complicated system. The other two matched with numbers, so how about I change this with numbers? Maybe that's the reason. You never know. Doesn't look like that was the reason. Actually, yeah, if I just input this into the regular expression, then it's actually going to match. Like, this is a special character. This might also be a special character. So how do you escape? To escape the regex itself. Oh no, we're using regexes to escape regexes. We're going too deep with this. Just finished making my dual playtester publisher account on the site. Thanks for making such a cool way for people to easily connect and help each other. Thank you. Thank you for participating. Like, this only works if people actually use the website, you know? Like, I'm only one publisher on this thing, and I can't make it work all by myself, so thank you for participating. Just by applying to playtest, you're probably making some publisher's day over here. Almost weird nobody thought of doing something like this before. It's such a good idea that it feels like it should already exist. Thank you. I mean, it also took like 2 months of work of me going full-time, so I assume not a lot of people in the tabletop RPG industry can afford to go 2 months on the project and then make probably less than minimum wage on it. The only reason I can do that is, like, I have a bunch of different revenue streams, and then I'm also French, so I don't have to care about things like student debt or healthcare. So it doesn't surprise me too much. And the fact I also have a YouTube channel probably helped, because yeah, this is the kind of website that kind of dies if people don't use it. Just out of curiosity, why can you do this, something like this full time? Yeah, just as I said, I live in France, so my costs of living are pretty low. I think I calculated that if I had more than 15k a year, I would be completely fine. It might be a bit more than that, since inflation kind of went woo. But yeah, I really don't need a whole lot of money to live. Like, when I was doing software engineering, like, as a job, like, on a payroll, etc., I was saving more than half my income. So there was really no point in me making that much money. So instead of this, I would need to replace. Can you escape any character in a regex? Like A, B, C, D. If I put a backslash in front of each of them, does it still work? No, it doesn't work anymore because B is a separate thing. The problem we have is this, I think. Like, this doesn't match this because the plus is a special character, so I just need to find a way to do this, and now it matches. I really hope your channel grows much more. I live in Germany. Thank you. I'm doing what I can to make this thing successful. Do we really have to go through every single one of them? Well, I guess I'm copy-pasting a bunch of code from Stack Overflow. Just gonna put it outside. And then all of this nonsense. And it doesn't match. Okay, it does match it. we don't do vase here. We're in 2024. We also don't do this because that's ugly. Okay, so I just returned this. I think that's correct. So if I go back down here, instead of the task, I escape the task, and I escape the bounty, and this should prevent any special character from making its way in. And if I go to here, almost there, we have a bit of a syntax error somewhere here. Some RPG players also invest in excess STL files to never print. This is so relatable. I have a bunch of books that I have opened and then read once and then, yep. Oh, I think I understand what's happening. I think my regex is what we call greedy, which means it matches the biggest possible string of characters that matches what I told it to match. So instead of just matching the 1, 2, 3, 4 here, it's matching all of this. So that's a bit of an issue. So I just need to make it lazy instead of greedy. I think you do this by just having a question mark in here somewhere. I'm probably wrong on this. Maybe after the star? Okay, it doesn't shout at me yet. I think this is working. I'm just gonna add a thing here just to make it... oh god. Okay, my goal was to remove a bunch of carriage returns here, which are not useful in the slightest. Should also trim the result. Gotta use those needy regexes, yeah. They're a necessary evil of the web. The alternative is somehow worse, which is a low bar. There's a huge pile of maybe someday RPGs, yeah. We all have it. There's also a pile of hopefully one day RPGs. If like for the April Fool's Day, I had a presentation planned, but which was like my top 3 favorite RPGs. Spoiler: they were not RPGs. But yeah, I do have some games I really hope I play one day. I just haven't had a chance. Those are technically sleeping on the shelf, but I want to wake them up, you know? So this is working. How do I trim this though? I guess instead of this, I can do this. Just gotta make sure that the template actually matches. And then I can put a second carriage return after here. And this should already trim things a bit. Oh god. Nope. Maybe this? Eh, that was the reason. Okay. This is a monster. I'm just gonna copy paste this here. So this is now bounty, and this is bounty. Okay. Played blades already. But it looks so good. I want to play it. Like, it's doing so much right. At least from a cursory glance. And I hope it holds true at the table, but I want to make sure, you know? You need the right group. I've heard that, yeah. I was so used to the dark eye. What's the dark eye? Oh, D&D. Okay, so now I need to do the same thing with bounties. Maybe actually put this here, so it's final. This is supposed to be a single paragraph, I think. Yeah, so this is a single paragraph. Then we have this on a new line. There we go. Inspired by your progress, keep it up and get a group of blades. It's awesome. Yes, one day. I need to convince my usual group to try some less combat-oriented games. But out of this group, the one I'm most interested in, just because it's the most different, I guess, from what I'm used to, is Avatar. Not gonna lie. Oh, Dark Eye is German D&D, yeah. I think I've heard of it a bit. So one-shot run by the publisher. Should look like this. We remove the quotes and then we make it all one big paragraph. Jump 2 lines, then the additional details. Then we close this thing. I really hope this is still gonna work, even like, because I have a bunch of /r/n. And if you know anything about programming, these are very platform sensitive. So I really hope this is gonna actually work. Because there's a chance it fails miserably, unfortunately. Same thing here, we get rid of the quotes, we make it all one big paragraph. And then I have 3 of them. I think there's 5 different types of tasks. I'm just gonna add an extra 2 here. Campaign run by the publisher should look like this. Oops. It was the first RPG you ever GM'd. It's huge in Germany, much bigger than D&D. We kind of had the same thing happen in France, where basically, like, D&D used to be huge, to my understanding, in the 3.5 era in France. And then they kind of just stopped making translations for absolutely no reason. The absolutely no reason is mostly just out of money to do translations. So we kind of went from D&D being the biggest to people just not really caring about D&D. And like the success that 5e had, it doesn't look like it reflected all that much in France. We didn't have a critical role effect in France. Even though, like, there was, if they had not dropped the ball with 4e, like, we had this thing called Nahelbuck, which would, like, it would not be a stretch to call it the French Critical Role. Like, this thing has animated series, it has comic books, it has live shows. Oh, I should probably not. There's some lewd artwork of it. The artist is really good at what she does, but I should probably not show her art on stream, unfortunately. Okay, then same thing for the bounty. So for name credits, I just don't have anything. Oh, this one is going to get a bit weirder. D&D is slowly getting around in Germany. La Bonne Auberge... is that the one with Joueur du Grenier and what's it called? Yeah, these guys are pretty big in France, I think. No, that La Bonne Auberge is a different one. Because we also have like the biggest French streamers, like plural, are all pretty into D&D. It's just they don't get any marketing money, like they don't get D&D Beyond sponsorships and all of that stuff. The movie and Stranger Things, yeah, definitely that seemed to help. I didn't see the effect of the movie and the latest seasons of Stranger Things because it's been like after the pandemic apocalypse. I haven't really been back in the whole local game store thing since then. Mostly just played online and enjoyed my time like this. Same thing here, just making it a big old paragraph. And I think after all of these, I should add the additional details. And before all of these, I should add the title of the section. Oops. This file is going to be so hard to read and maintain. What did I get myself into? Okay, then same thing for a gift card now. The title and additional details are going to look the same. It's just the big paragraph in the middle that's going to change for each of these. There we go. This one is going to be free PDF. Almost got through all of them. The last one is the NDA, which is going to need a separate kind of logic as well. Then free hardcover copy. This goes here, and this goes at the bottom. Only one left, which is payment. One unfortunate side effect of making this change is I'm not going to get compilation errors if I ever change like these values, but I don't think these are likely to change. So at the very least, I should make a mental note of if these change, just do a like search and replace everywhere, because it's such a fundamental like variable in the entire website. Okay, so the first two sections, unless I missed something, should be completely okay. We have a task here. If I add an actual bounty, the bounty is added. I'm gonna need to like double check that these are exactly the same ones as in the actual website, just to make sure. Like if I actually add something to the template, let's say a page count 35, we should see the page count here. Okay, so that's good. It looks to me like this is working fine. This should not have an extra carriage return. If I do this, it's going to get rid of the extra space here, which was unnecessary. Are there some French-only RPGs that are good? If there are, I'm not aware of them. There probably are some, but like I play with D&D Beyond set in English. I play on Roll20 set in English. My players go like, "Je lance fireball," and completely switch languages in the middle of every single sentence. So yeah, I'm pretty disconnected from the French scene overall. The NDA is going to look like this. This is one big paragraph, and then the next one is that note thing. There we go. So the NDA regex is going to look a bit different. It's going to look very similar, so I get to at least copy paste a bunch of it. This first part is gone, and we don't need the last part. Okay, then if if you use the NDA, then you replace this with the actual NDA. Otherwise, you replace it with an empty string, and you're done. Which means I can get rid of this. And I believe this is all we needed. If I add an NDA, it should just add the NDA here. Perfect. Yeah, so I think this new system generates the exact same contract as we used to have on the website, so that's good. So basically, I had to write everything twice and use the mostly English version afterward. This is actually how Flarefall started. If I can find it on my Google Docs. Like, this started as a Fallout version, a Fallout RPG, because I wasn't super into the Modifius 2D20 Fallout RPG. Like, it's good. Like, you can clearly tell by reading it that they put a lot of effort into it. It's just, it didn't really match the style for my table. So we decided to, I mean, I decided to make one instead. And I started in French, and then I wanted a bunch of feedback from other RPG creators. So it did not stay in French very long. Yeah, this was the GM section, by the way. This is a legendary GM section. So this is the complete Game Master's Guide to my Fallout system. If you have to improv, can you think of an idea? No. Goblins, I guess. Yes. Does it make sense here? No. Can you think of another idea? Yes. Would it be fun for the players? No. Can you think of another idea? Yes. Do that. This is my GM's guide. And then the player's guide is, can you think of an idea? Does it make sense here for your character? No? Okay. Can you think of another idea? No? Let other players have the spotlight, I guess. This is my system. Please throw money at me. This is the entire guide. I mean, there's 95 pages of this, I guess, but this is the most important page. Okay, so the next step for this guy is probably to add the template version to the template, to the playtest, sorry. If I go to where the model is defined, bounty contract. If it's a template, actually I'm gonna just spread this a bit so it's easier to read. I'm gonna make the template version optional. If there's no version, I'm just gonna default to the V1, which is the current one. That way I don't have to do any migration for the database. It's just gonna make my life easier. Hello, welcome. Welcome to the stream. We're doing some code today. We're trying to make it possible for me to update the template without breaking existing contracts. Sounds like a plan. Where do I find the original template? Okay, here. So this is where I need to change it. This is where I need to find and use the actual template. This is going to need to be dynamic. I'm not quite sure how to do it. Because if I make this asynchronous, it's gonna break a bunch of a bunch of things. So I guess I have to pass down this. Goblins are the ultimate answer, regardless of the setting. Exactly. I mean, what are super mutants? Just big goblins, you know? But if I do this, it's not going to give me any errors in my code whenever I forget to actually pass one. What did I get myself into? Yeah, I just need to make this asynchronous so I can actually fetch it. So I guess the way I should do it is I should import the latest version of the contract statically, because that's going to be the most useful one, the most recent one. And then if I get a template version that's different from this one, I need to import that version asynchronously. Oh, that's gonna make things difficult. Oh yeah, if it's asynchronous, then I need to do this, otherwise it's gonna be angry at me. Then it's gonna be a fetch. Otherwise, it's the same one except the version is different. Okay, this should work, I think. Oh god, no, because this is not a string yet. Is it success or something? Yeah, it's okay. If it's not okay, I guess I'm just returning... no, I need to throw an error here. This is gonna break so many things. I don't remember how you go through this. Is it just that I need to create a string from this? I don't usually deal with these queries directly. JS fetch body to string. Oh, it's dot text. There we go. I have a good idea where I am now. So this fetches the right file, and then this reads the file, and then we do a bunch of replacements in the file. I probably do not want to actually fetch the thing every single time this runs, because this is going to run every single time the playtest changes, every single time the publisher changes, every single time the playtester changes. So this is going to run a bunch of times. So I probably want some kind of a cache. So I only have to run it once. Where the key is the name of the file and the value is the actual template. That way I can create this thing where if you have the template already, you return it immediately. Otherwise, you fetch it, you get the text, you save it, and then you return it. So if I do this here, I have successfully not killed my server. Okay. The problem is, now I have broken everything. See ya, Vincent. Now I have broken everything because this function used to be completely instantaneous, and now it's not. So I need to change it. A memo. If I change it to a memo, I need to update this whenever one of the arguments changes. But this is still a promise. How do you handle promises in this thing? I'm getting a bunch of documentation about what promises are, which I already know. I'm just wondering how to give them to React, is the question. Oh, there it is. Using promises in React on page load. That's not my case. I want the promise to rerun a bunch of times. It's gonna need to be a use effect. Oh no. Okay, this is gonna need to be a custom hook. Okay. So I'm creating a state which can be of the required type or null if it hasn't loaded yet, or if it's loading, I guess. Then within the effect, you go fetch the thing. And you return just the state. Okay, it's still angry at me. You can't do an asynchronous effect. Okay, cool. Which means I can't do this either. Oh god. Okay, this should work. Can I do a cleanup? Yeah, I should do a cleanup here. Then instead of setting the state, I only set the state if this thing has not been destroyed. This should probably be more safer, at the very least. Okay. This looks correct to me. I just need to make sure that here, if I don't have anything to display, I'm just displaying an empty string, I guess. Another part of this is angry at me. Yeah, I had an extra parenthesis. Okay. There's absolutely no shot that this works on the first try. Let's see it. Yep. Exactly. Because this thing, which I've just made asynchronous, is used in a bunch of different parts of my application. We're just gonna look at this one. Gonna transform all of that into an asynchronous effect. That way I can do this. And then same here, if the contract has not loaded yet. Then it should load. Actually, this is not correct. I need to keep a memo of this. It's not how I named it. What did I name it? Promised memo. Okay. This should be correct. Oh god. I forgot this thing could be empty. The rest should be fine. So here I'm not using this anymore, so it's not a dependency anymore. I am using the rest, the playtest, I'm still using that, so that's good to keep. But now I have a dependency on contracts, so whenever the contract changes, I need to rerun this. Alright, this should have fixed it. This should have fixed, in theory, the new playtest page. So I should be able to go all the way to here, except I am wrong. Markdown.split is not a function. What? What did I break this time? Oh, I broke something. Oh, that bug is gonna be hard to track. Contract TSX. I'm just gonna display what I have. Try to see what's happening. Because I should have made it at least this far in the code. Let me clear this real quick. Yeah, we have the whole contract here. But if I click this, it's generating a new contract, and that's not working. Ah. It looks like I can't split this because it's an empty string, maybe? Is that the case? I should be able to do this. The bug is when I call this. So this should at the very least display and help me figure out what's happening. Right? That much is expected. It's null at first and then you get the thing. Let's try this. Because I should be able to, if the contract is not here, it's going to default to this, and this should be able to be split. But it's telling me that it's not. Right, this is fine. Actually, this is the editor, and it's bugging when I switch to the actual PDF. So this is not correct. So whatever is calling this is currently not doing the all asynchronous thing, which it's supposed to be doing. So I probably just forgot to change it. Maybe it's here. Yeah, it's here. That's the reason. Okay. The difficult part with this one is that the editor and the contract are calling the same function just with slightly different arguments. Because the preview already is going to have these replaced with their value. This one should be easy enough to fix. Sorry. The other one this one I'm gonna need to use in a me mode. Then the dependencies on this. Okay, so if this is potentially not present, and the dependencies on this are value, user context, and emails. And now that I have this, I can just use this here, like this. And now every single use of the contract has been resynchronized. Cool. Okay, so now this is doing the exact same thing as half an hour ago, except the template contract is actually being fetched dynamically. So if I go to the network tab, I should see a markdown file in here somewhere. I'm trying to expand this. Thank you. Oh god. Les chiens. Why is Firefox so bad? What? Oh, sorry about the dog. Where is it? Okay. There should be v1.md in there somewhere. I'm not seeing it though, which is concerning. Document, is it this thing? Nope. Where's the name of the thing? Markdown. Oh, okay, the file name is this tiny little field here. Okay. It is on the network. We are good. Matrix gonna dip. Okay, yeah. Thank you for hanging out. Just making sure. In here, I shouldn't even be... Yeah, I shouldn't be using this anymore at all. And everything's working fine. Okay. So technically, I have spent the past 2 hours not doing anything because the website is now working the exact same way it was 2 hours ago, except now I have the ability to do this. I can make new versions of the template and actually make the changes that people request. The first of these changes being that in crediting, I should only have the playtester name and not the playtester's email address. This is a small change, but it's an important one. So when creating a new playtest, where is the default playtest is here, and it should use a template version called V2 version 2. And just by doing this, whenever I create a new contract, it should use the new version. Which means in crediting, instead of playtester, I should start seeing playtester name here. So crediting, playtester name. Perfect. Exactly what I wanted here. I just need to check that if I do this, I still have it. Okay, no. It's still defaulting to the version 1 if I go back. What's it saying here? Use template. It's not in this file. It's probably in the bounty file. Okay. So when you switch back to the template, it should still use the version 2. Okay, and now I have playtester name everywhere. Cool. So that means any existing playtest is still using the old template, but any new playtest is using the new template. It was just a really complicated way to do this. Sorry about the dog drinking water sounds in the background. What's the next step? I think the next step is to make sure I have changed every single use of this, which I haven't. Definitely haven't. This says await. So that's good. This says await. This says await, and this says await. And this is going to have a bunch of problems. Okay, I just need to change it in 2 more places, and then this change is going to be complete. Oh, this one's gonna be a doozy. Oh, it's not too bad actually. Because I think the contract is the same in all of these, like the arguments are the same. Yep. So if the arguments are the same, I can just use a single memo for both of these. Then what are the dependencies for this playtest? User context, emails, applicant. Here I'm just going to make sure we actually have a user context. And this should fix the application page. And then we just have one more use of this in the application card, or the playtest card. These are the dependencies, but because we're not in the same if statement as we were before, we don't have the assurance that all of these variables are present. What? I think TypeScript is broken right now. I'm just gonna restart it real quick, just to make sure that I don't have any errors left. It looks like it compiled just fine. Okay. Okay, so this was a bit of a task. This entire thing took 2 hours, and it was 1/2 of this bug fix. I have not started the other 26 bug fixes, but it was necessary because this is a change that will allow me to make every other change so much easier. I'm just gonna take a quick little break, like 5 minutes, just to make sure I am like completely aware of what I'm doing, and then we're gonna go through the rest of the changes. But yeah, this was very much necessary. It's the kind of change that you don't like having to make, but yeah, you do what you have to do. So yeah, see you in 5 minutes. Welcome back, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. So we just got through the first chunky half of this thing. We managed to do basically an updatable template which doesn't update existing playtests. So now I have a bunch of requests from users to actually update the playtest and make it update the template, sorry, and make it a whole lot better. The first update is to add a name credit, a different name for the playtester in the credits here. So until now I had this, so playtester, which would display the username of the playtester and their email, and it was used here as well, which was not good because this is something that will appear in a published book. So now that's a separate name. Another request I had was that some people didn't actually want to be credited as their username on the thing. They probably wanted a separate field here in the player profile. So let's do that. Let's add a field here, which is the name you want to be credited as. So if I go to user model and then player profile, here I just add a credit name, which is going to be this. This is when you create a new user. This is so just the same thing here. Okay. Because this is a new field, I'm going to need to create a migration script just to create that field in people's profiles. So player profile now has a credit name. And I think there's a way for me to get the username to fill up that new field. I just don't remember how it works. So MongoDB set field based on other field value. There's definitely a way, I just don't remember how it works. There we go. Yeah, so if I just put a $sign and then username, I think it should work. So the way to check that is to just reboot my server, which should run the migration script. Oh, my computer is struggling a bit here. I hope the stream is at least a bit smooth. Okay, so I think, yep, the migration script has been run. So if I pull up my database, and I find myself, in my player profile I should have a credit name, which is not the right one. Oh no, it didn't work. Huh. That's unfortunate. One field value to another. Oh, it works, but it only works in an aggregation. I don't know if they're gonna let me do that here. Oh, I'm gonna need to delete the migration just so it runs again. And then reboot my server again. Also, I'm going to need to actually delete here in my player profile. I need to delete this. Otherwise, it's not actually gonna run. I might have been too slow here. Yeah, I was too slow. It happens. Just need to run my server again. Okay. And in my player profile, yeah, that time it worked. Okay, cool. So whenever I push the changes to the actual website, this is gonna run and it's gonna be fine. Then if I go to the settings page, nope, not that one. That one. Which is basically the code for this little form here. I'm just gonna take this and then copy paste it over here, basically. This entire thing is going to go before the system familiarity. Instead of username, it's just a credit me as this. I don't need to check if your username is available a second time. Uh, So the value here is going to be user.playerprofile.credit name. I don't necessarily need it to be alphanumeric. I think I can let you put weird stuff in here. At least I should be able to let you put spaces, since this can be like a first name, last name situation. When is this invalid? I guess this is invalid if it's too long. So I'm just gonna use the same length, 50 characters. So player profile schema, nope. User schema. Oops. Credit name dot max length. Actually, I probably shouldn't even let you type here. If this is too long, I shouldn't even let you type, I think. There we go. So now we have a new field here. And if I make it really long, yeah, at some point it just stops me. But I can make it like first name, last name, which is perfect. I'm not saving the page. Okay. So now I need to actually save this new field that I've just added in the database. So that's going to be over here in update self. Because I don't let people update the profile directly. There's a bunch of verification that I do in the back end just to make sure people don't do silly things. Going to be over here, player profile dot credit name equals player profile dot credit name. So just by doing this, I should be able to actually save the name in the database. So if I go save, okay, that's a unrelated error, I think. Yeah, this test account is completely cursed. I've deleted it 15 times. I've recreated it 15 times. So there's some features which don't work. I'm just gonna re-log in off screen real quick. No, it doesn't want me to. Okay, it is extremely cursed. Which means I'm gonna need to do this instead. I'm gonna need to update directly in the database. Quest check. Users. Username. Me. I'm just gonna go. Whoop. There we go. Okay. So now if I add the last name here and I save, this is saved, and if I refresh the page, it should still be here. Cool. Working as intended. Now that I can save this, I need to make sure that when you visit... this is probably a field that I should hide from other people. Like when you fetch a playtest, you see like the username of the person who created it. I don't think you should be able to see the name they want to be credited as unless they have applied to a playtest that you have created yourself. I'm just gonna make sure that this is the case by going to playtests. I'm already not fetching any of the player profile of the author, I think. In the search. Where's the authors? User projection. It's a public user, so how does this work? It hides the emails, it hides the player reviews, but it doesn't hide their credit name. So I'm just gonna add this real quick. Player profile. Just a bit of obfuscation, as they say in the biz. Just to make it a bit more secure for everyone involved. Hang on, this is a weird thing. I was already convinced that I was hiding this. Except I wasn't. Huh. So let's do it properly. Which would mean doing this. profile. Then everything else goes in user. So if I use everything else here and transform the ID, I think I have it working fine. Okay, that was a bit of a security mistake on me. Oops. But now the type I announce is actually the one I'm serving. Cool. Then when you get the playtest by ID, same thing, I should hide the publisher's player profile. Okay, that's perfect. And then for the applicants, you should only get the credit name, which is the new field, if you are the creator or the participant yourself. Where does that go? So I'm hiding DM on accept, DM on apply, that's fine. I'm hiding the notifications from the applicants, that's fine. So if you're not the creator, but you're also not this applicant, I think this is where it needs to go. If user ID is different from applicant.user ID, then applicant.player profile.credit name, I'm just gonna obfuscate it. This should be the right behavior, I think. So you can only see the credit name if you are an applicant or if you are the author of the playtest. That should be correct. I'm just gonna check the network to see if that is actually what I get. So here in the main page, there should be a query here. Oh my god, I hate how Firefox handles the network tab. It's just so bad. There should be a search here somewhere. Is that the one? No, it's not that one. Firefox, why are you doing this to me? That is not what I was looking for. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna find it on Firefox. I need to actually open Google Chrome. Network, latest search, and immediately I find it, of course. Response. Okay, so here for all of the others, I'm not getting any information I shouldn't be getting. That's cool. Let me bring this to the stream. Then here I have an applicant. And if I look at the material I get here, that's not the right one. Okay, yeah, it's in the initial data. Applicants, player profile, so I have a bunch of systems. I don't get a credit name here because I'm not signed in. Well, that's cool. Let me sign in real quick. Okay, so same page, except I'm now logged in as the author of this playtest. And if I go to this thing, and I go to the applicants here, player profile, I do have the credit name, except it's wrong because I haven't fixed it, but that's fine. That's just the migration script which was wrong. I fixed it since then, but I haven't cleaned the database since this is just a test database. So we are good. Now I just need to actually use that credit name, which has made all its way to this page, except I'm not actually using it here. So I just need to use it here. And we should be good to go. I don't need this Google Chrome anymore. It's in contract. Yeah, so here I'm replacing the playtester tag with the playtester's name and email. But now if I go playtester name, I can go get the credit name here, remove the email. Important. And that's good to go. And same thing here. So in order to test this, I'm actually going to need to create a new playtest with the new template. Oh, that's interesting, because if I copy a recent playtest, it's going to copy the template version as well. Which I think is probably the expected behavior. Like right now, if I go to my template, in the crediting section, I have playtester name, but if I copy this guy and I go back to the crediting section, is it still using the new version? That's interesting. That makes my life easier. Okay, so let's just create this playtest. Discount code, that's fine. just gonna include an NDA, etc. Fill everything here so I can actually create the playtest. When crediting, oh, I still have playtest. Okay, so here I use the. I'm still using the old template somehow. I didn't think that would be possible. Okay, let's just create a completely new playtest, a clean one. Read through plus feedback, that's fine. Just gonna use a gift card, NDA, fill everything with nonsense. And now in crediting, I'm using playtester. What? That is not correct. Just gonna do this real quick. Otherwise, I'm gonna have trouble. Contract. Okay, now it's using the V2. Oh god, that shouldn't happen. Just by switching from this to this, I switched the version of the template. That is not a thing that should be happening. Which means I need to save the template version that the user is using. And then when we go back to the template mode, I need to use this new variable. Okay, this should now be working as I think most people would expect it to. So I'm now in the V2. Oh god. Why is it working like this? Let's use a really old one. I don't get. That's kind of weird. But I don't know how to fix it. We're gonna have to work with this. And now we've switched back to the... to version 1. What? Okay. I think just something must not be updating as it should, but it should be fine. Okay. In the crediting section, we have playtester name. I still have a bunch of template tags that I have not filled, but if I fill them, I should be able to create the playtest. And if I do that and I switch to a test account, I switch to the same account. No, Google, why are you not letting me switch accounts? No, Google. It's not letting me switch accounts. Okay, Discord is letting me switch accounts for some reason. Thing is, I don't remember my credentials for my second Discord account. I'm gonna use Chrome for this. Sorry, Firefox, but you're really not helping me today. There we go. I'm logged in as a test applicant. I'm gonna apply. Actually, I'm gonna check the crediting section here. Okay, this is not correct. This is like exactly what should not have happened. So even though in the database I'm using the second version, here it's displaying the first version of the template. Go. If I go to my playtest, this guy's ID is this thing. If I go to the contract, it hasn't saved the version. What? has saved everything else, but it hasn't saved the version. So this is... I submitted a version 2 playtest, but this is a version 1 playtest. What got saved was a version 1 playtest. Oh no! Oh, sorry, I missed your message. Hey Trek, my current DM for D&D is making my party fight an adult blue dragon next session, and on paper it looks like we can win, but I just think it's insane. Thoughts? It depends. It depends on your level, it depends on your circumstances, how prepared you are. Like, if you have time to prepare, you could prepare like traps, you could go buy some lightning resistance potions, all of that stuff. If you're level 1, yeah, it might be a bit much for you. I would recommend running at this point. Maybe you can even pull off that stunt where you kind of give the dragon someone else to focus on. But if you're like level, I don't know, 7 or 8, that should be fine. So why did this save? A version 1 playtest. Okay, so I'm gonna make double sure. In crediting here, it says playtester. What? Nah. What? There's something that's not working as intended here. So by default, it loads the first version for some reason. When you create a new playtest, it should use this, the new version, the V2. So this is V1, otherwise this would say playtester name here. I'll go display the value whenever you make an update. I'm not getting a console here. Okay, there we go. Oh, my computer is struggling today. I did not remove this print. That might be why it's struggling a bit. Okay, so this is my playtest. If I go to the contract, it doesn't have a version. When I load the page for the first time, what version is it on? Okay, here it has a version. Let me just write a bunch of stuff, see what happens. Does it still have a version? v2.md? Cool. That is so far so good. Okay, I cannot reproduce the the bug. What if I do this? Is it still v2? It's still v2. How about if I preview? Still v2. How about if I start filling up some fields? Okay, filling up the field is what changes it back to version 1. Okay, so now I know where to look. Actually, it's not in this field. In this file, it should be in the bounty file? Or in the contract file, because it's the editor. Where is this called? It's called in here. And this is the culprit. Okay. And now, even after I fill a bunch of fields, this should still say playtester name, which tells me we're in the second version of the template. I can create the playtest. There we go. Then I'll log out. That's not log out. Where is log out? This is log out. Log back in with my test account. There we go. And then if I look at the contract here from the point of view of the applicant, we are now in the version 2 template, so it's displaying the name I want to be credited as. So first name, last name, save. If I look at this, I want to be credited as first name, last name. Cool. Let's say I apply and then I switch back to the publisher account. we go. If I look at the application and say I accept it, it shows me the email here, but it shows me first name, last name here, which is perfect. So yeah, this is done. So this is done. I also had a second one which was credited as this is also done. I can temporarily hide these rows. Okay, that was the hardest one, I think. Actually, let's sort. Where is it? Data, create a filter. No, it's filter views. Firefox, what you doing? I should be able to filter here and sort and do stuff. Okay, there we go. If I go by difficulty, this one is going to be, it's not going to be dev related. The limit on how many systems you can have isn't clear. That one is easy to fix, and it's really annoying a lot of people, so I'm just gonna do that real quick. It should be in settings. And I'm just gonna open the page so I can see if I actually fix the thing. Okay, so let's say I add 20 games. So the limit on this is actually 10 right now. I should probably increase it actually, because I made the limit 10 in order for the database to not explode. But I think like it should be. Oh, it's 5. The limit is 5. Yeah, let's make it like 20. 20 should be fine. It's not going to break the... Oh no, that's the familiarity. Okay, so that's the stars. This is the max. The max is 10. Let's make it 20 here. Then go back to the setting. Still not that file. The button is called Add Game. Oh, I had hard-coded it. That's the reason why it broke. So it should be user schema dot shape dot player profile dot shape dot systems dot max length, which I know exists, so I'm just gonna force it. It doesn't know max length. That's annoying. That might be why I hard-coded it. Well, now it's 20 at least. So now it's correct. Okay, so now I can't add anymore. Cool. So that's fixed. That was a 1-star fix. So first fix, 3 hours. Second fix, 5 minutes. It is how these things go. Let users select which email to use if they have more than one. That one is good. I'm surprised it's more. It isn't more than 1 star, because this isn't the 5-minute fix. Let's look at the other ones. Error page should include the top nav. That's low priority. Hello, welcome Twin Still, welcome back Fedmar. I am happy to report we have finished the thing, which means now I can look at this playtest. And it's in version 2, so I have the first name and last name, for example, if that's what the person wants to be credited as. And if I look at another playtest, oh, this doesn't close the... I didn't know that was a thing. If I look at another playtest, this doesn't have applicants, but if it had, this would still be a version 1 playtest. Like this one, for example. Crediting still has the old bug, which is fine. Okay. Make it possible to cancel your application before it is accepted. That is really easy. I just need a new endpoint for this. So I have apply, accept, reject. So after apply, I'm just gonna add cancel application. It's just going to take the ID of the playtest that you're bouncing off of as an argument. I need both the context and the input here. This isn't correct. So you can only update your application if one of the applications has your user ID and its status is pending. And then what happens if you do this? You just pull from applications where the applicant ID is you. Okay, so you can only cancel an application if you are applying and your application has not been rejected or accepted yet. That looks good to me. Then I just need to actually add the button to the application card. Why does it not have any queries yet? Oh, that's because the queries are in another component. Okay, so that's cool. Oh, I haven't actually saved the query. Cancel application. Now it's available. It's probably going to be at the bottom near the actions. Where is... Where can I find this information? I think this is how I find out whether or not you are the applicant, and if you are the applicant, then I just need to add a button at the bottom. This is angry at me. I'm thinking of a potential issue here. So here's the thing. If I give you a cancel application button, then you can just apply again immediately. And the problem with that is whenever someone applies to your playtest, you get a bunch of private messages. So should I make it a permanent thing? Like once you have applied, if you bounce off, you cannot apply to that playtest again. I think I should. Like this should basically be a reject my application rather than a cancel my application. it's called cancel application dot mutate async. Oh, because I'm already doing this for all of these, I should probably do it for this one as well. There we go. Why is it... Okay, I forgot to close the section. But with this it should work. So if I open Chrome, because otherwise it's not gonna work, and switch to my test account, taking a while, but it should work. Did I break Google? I think I broke Google. It's taking like 15 seconds to just sign in. There we go. I unbroke Google. Okay, so I'm on my test account. Here, if I go to my application, yeah, it should show that this application is that I can cancel. Actually, I should have two conditions here. I should be the user account which has made the application, and the application status is pending. Because otherwise, you can't cancel. But here I can. Okay. Except I actually need to make it do the thing I said it should do. Because you're basically rejecting yourself, which is the most millennial thing you could possibly do. Right. Right now it's not doing anything. Because on reject is not defined. So where is this called? It's called in ID. And right now it should be angry at me because it's missing one function. Where's my mutations? There it is. So now on cancel is actually doing something. I should disable any action if you are currently canceling the mutation. And then in the application card, I should disable the button. Here. If anything is loading anywhere on the page. So what I expect to happen is when I click yes, this button should gray out, then the entire application should disappear, and I shouldn't be able to apply to this same playtest again. It did exactly none of the things I was expecting to. Cool. Do I have an error message at least? Please? Nope. Not even that. Oh, that's a big mistake. It does have a key. Let's go to my server. And just print the results. See what actually happens. Cool. I'm not landing anywhere close to here. What is quest check? It is what I made in my last video, what I revealed at least in my last video. I made it over the past couple of months, actually. If I can actually find my YouTube channel somewhere. It's basically a website where Tabletop RPG publishers can post... Oh, that is loud. Can post playtests, and in exchange, you get some goodies. So it could be anything from just having your names in the credits, a discount code, a gift card, a free PDF, etc. That is the playtesting platform, yep. Exactly. And basically, like, the video did very well, so I've gathered a bunch of feedback and I'm just going through all of it, trying to make the website a bit better with people's feedback. Like, one of the first playtests on the actual website is actually just, you are using this website, which is about playtests. Go give me feedback about it, and I give you some 40% discount code for my book. Plan to use it extensively for your startup? Yeah, go ahead, thank you. And this thing is like I only run like one playtest per month or so it's most of the time it's going to be used by people other than me. I made it for that purpose. It's just I'm hoping a lot of people have a use for it, because I do. And yeah, right now the thing I'm trying to do is that I'm trying to make it so people can cancel an application if they realize like they can't actually do the thing. The thing is, I am not sure why, but it's not actually canceling. In theory, it should go here. And when I click the cancel button, it should display something in the console. Just gonna clear it real quick. Oh, I need to be on my test account for this, which is on Chrome. Why do I not have... Ah, there we go. Okay, so what happens when I click this? Nothing. Which is telling me that maybe I messed up something with the button. So you created dialogue. That part is cool. Is it just because of the async here? No, that part is working fine. It's completely unnecessary though. So might as well remove it. It's just gonna make things... I'm doing on reject. And on reject is something only the creator of the playtest can do. So this is on cancel. There you go. Now, hopefully, if I go back to Chrome and I cancel my application, I have done a thing. Why does it still appear? It shouldn't appear anymore if it's rejected. What? Do I still display the applications that you have rejected? I thought I hid those. But no, that kind of makes sense actually. Ah. Then I think I might need a fourth state. So right now I have pending, accepted, rejected. I might need a fourth state called cancelled. That's unfortunate. But that makes this feature a whole lot harder, suddenly. Because it's gonna have a bunch of side effects. Where's my applications? Application status. two L's on cancelled. Okay. So if I go back to playtest, here I'm making it cancelled. Then when I fetch a playtest, I should only fetch the applications which have not been cancelled. How do I do that? An easy way to do this would be with a map. But if I add a map, it's going to add a step where all of the data has to go back to my server so I can map it. And then it has to go back to the database to get to the next step of the aggregation. So let's not do that. This is unfortunate. Documentation, come to my rescue, please. MongoDB, filter array elements. Oh, they have it. They have a filter. But no, I can't actually do that. Because if I filter the applications which have been cancelled at this step, then in the actual page, I won't be able to know that you have already applied to this. So I won't be able to prevent you from applying again. So I actually need to give you the cancelled, and only the web page is going to filter those. Okay, that makes sense to me. So if applicant, no, that's not the one. The application is cancelled, return null, which will display nothing basically. Otherwise, return all of this nonsense. Cool. So let's go back to Chrome, except here I've rejected myself. I need to unreject myself real quick. Which means I need to modify the database directly. I think it's this one. Application, first one, rejected. This needs to become... actually, let's make it pending. Replace. So if I refresh this, my application should be pending again, which means I can cancel it. Okay, and now my application has disappeared, except I but I still can't apply to this again. Okay, cool. The only problem here is I shouldn't filter at this stage because I need to filter before that. That's a problem. I need to have the applicants with their applications. So that's a memo, just because I don't want to calculate this every single time. So that's playtest.applicants applications. I filter those where the status is cancelled. And then I map every single application with the corresponding applicant. Applicant.id is the same as the application.applicant.id. And I need to recalculate this every single time. Latest. What is data? Where is set state? Oh, there it is. Okay. So yeah, as soon as playtest changes and as soon as applicants changes, and now that I have this, I can actually use the right list . I don't need to calculate this anymore, I don't need to filter this anymore, which means this can turn into something a bit smaller. Why is it angry at me? This should work. Ah, I see. Because find can possibly return null, except we know it doesn't in this case. Okay, so if I go back to Chrome, now it's properly displaying that there's no applications, but it's still not letting me apply because I have cancelled my application. Cool. We can mark this as done. I'm probably going to do one more that's easy. Or two more, because this one is really easy. This one is like 3 lines of code. So this one, when you go to your profile, the idea is if you click on this link to Twitter button, it should tell you, warning, you're about to lose all of your saved progress. That's it, that's the entire change. Well, I search for here. Every single one of them should be the thing I'm looking for. Yep. Don't think I have the dialogues set up on this page yet. I don't think any of this includes a dialogue. I'm just gonna need to add it to the page. Which means now I can actually create a dialogue here. There we go. That's basically the entire change, except I have a second place where I need to do this. And it's here. Just copy paste it. Yep, works just fine. But now I have to actually take into account the fact that the user can say no. And then this isn't useful anymore. And I think same thing here. And that should be basically the entire change. So now if I click this button, it tells me, are you sure? If I say no, nothing happens. If I say yes, I don't think I can do that on stream. Yep. Okay, that's good. So we can mark this as Done. And then the last one I'm probably going to do today is this one, where you minimize the advanced search by default on mobile. This should also be very easy. On mobile, if the page is like really small, this is what the page looks like right now, where you have the advanced search and then the list of playtests vertically. But basically I would just need to flip this by default. So it's which file is this? Search params. That would be the one. And yeah, the default state is true. That one was even faster. But by default it's false. Ah, that's not that doesn't really look good. It doesn't really look super good. Like, if you have no context of how this website works, I don't think you're gonna understand that you have to click this. It was fine when it was open by default, because then you could just do this. But if it's closed by default, I think it changed the first impression you get. So I need to change how it looks a bit, I think, just to make it like really clean. Oh, I also forgot this. This shouldn't say application rejected, it should say application cancelled. There we go. Same icon. I think the icon is fine. What should this look like by default? I'm not super happy with that, how this looks. I think maybe I should turn the entire thing into a button. The entire title, header kind of thing. And when you click it, it expands. Oh, sorry for the dog noises in the background. He's just doing his daily shower. Is that toilet? Oh. Okay, so right now this is what this is. And if I go to the styles, all the way to H2, why does it say that the button doesn't appear if the window is large enough? Oh, Oh, it's this thing. Okay. How does it work? Ah. I have broken some things. Is that the only one? Wait. I don't need that. That is absolutely not useful. What she said about a lot of RPG products not getting playtesting hit me back during the Arcadia interview, where a lot of the writers for that design talked about not having done playtesting prior to it. Basically always playtested my materials myself. Having the website has a ton of potential to change that for me. Thanks. Thank you. Please use it. I want to turn this into like a small community of volunteer-ish playtester. Like, you're still getting some stuff out of it. But yeah, like, outside of MCDM, there's like MCDM has so much more resources dedicated to playtesting than basically anyone else in the space. You still see some playtesting. Like, I've talked with the folks at Elderbrain. I've done a few playtests for them. I've talked with the folks of the Wandering Tavern. Like, if you go to their Discord, there's a bunch of playtests being run here. But yeah, it's usually just the biggest fishes in the pond. Even the biggest fishes are still pretty small, all things considered. Like, I don't know if you remember, but during the OGL nonsense last year, one of the reasons Wizard of the Coast justified having to change the OGL is they wanted to skim a bit off the top of the big competitors like MCDM. MCDM is like 10 people. Alright, it's classified as a small company. It is not a big company. There's a bunch of freelancers, but like the main team, the core team is like 10 people. I broke everything. Okay, so instead of not displaying it here, I'm just gonna give it a different class. So if this is collapsed, then you mark it as collapsed, and that way I can hide everything properly. Freak me out as a small creator. Yeah, same here. I was on DM's Guild at the time, so that was especially scary. Because even after the OGL, like, we have the SRD in the Creative Commons now, so it's comfortable. But on DM's Guild, you're not using the SRD, so we can and probably still should expect some kind of a rock pool, at least on DM's Guild, and it's not comfortable. Let me tell you this much. Okay, so if this is collapsed, The width is lower than this, 800 pixels. Then it should be end dot collapsed here. Still not sure how you plan to distribute your work. Yeah, I mean, I'm on YouTube, so right now most of what I'm doing is just free. So at least that's a weight off my shoulder. I can just give you a PDF and I'm making money from the ads. So that's just making things a whole lot simpler. But yeah, right now, if I was selling books, I would probably go to Kickstarter, I think. That's kind of the only place that looks healthy-ish. But yeah, it's been a hard year. Thanks, Wizards, for basically like sabotaging yourselves and everyone else with you. That was real nice. So here, anything that is not the first child, because the first child is going to be the header. I just don't display. And this should be working as intended. So here, I can toggle this on and off just fine, but in the wide view, this doesn't change anything. I should also probably hide this button in the wide view. And that's the thing that I thought was useless, but it's actually useful. So let's bring it back. Okay. That's fine, but this is still ugly, so I just need to change how this looks a bit. I'm not sure how, though. Maybe change the background to transparent. This isn't great. It's not very good. It is not very good. How about if I do this? Is that any better? It's still not very good. On the DM's Guild comment, I think so. I have work here too. I particularly like the pay what you want model. Yeah, pay what you want is nice, but at least on I've heard, I don't have anything on Drive-Thru RPG, but on Drive-Thru RPG, if you post pay what you want stuff, apparently there's some kind of a pirate who hates people who post pay what you want stuff, and they're just gonna like review bomb every single pay what you want product on there for some reason. So that's a bit annoying. I'm not affected. I don't have anything on Drive-Thru RPG, at least right now. Maybe in the future, but yeah, it's weird. People are weird. The internet is a dangerous place. That's why you have contracts to protect you. It's just a healthy thing. Just signed up, super excited. Thank you. I think we passed 600 users last time I checked. It might be more now. So yeah, the video was super popular, which is good because like this is the kind of website which lives or dies based on whether or not it can build a community. So yeah, the fact that the video was successful is really good because it means people are actually using this. And I didn't spend 2 months of my life for nothing, so that's always good news. really don't know how to make this not look terrible. Let's try changing this entire thing into a button. Okay, so we still need a button to actually collapse it. But then something like this, maybe. Oh, and then maybe the chevron could be here instead. Oh, hi, Nerdine. Hello, welcome to the stream. Yeah, this is very close to the end of the stream. I'm just trying to make this thing not too ugly on the eyes, and then that's going to be basically the end. Oh, okay, I think I have an idea. So the H2, the header, is only going to be displayed if you're in a wide screen. So if you're like this, and then if you're in a thin screen, like a narrow screen, like a smartphone, the H2 is not going to be displayed, and instead we're going to display that button, which is not going to be displayed otherwise. So if you're collapsed, it should be up. If you're not collapsed, it should be down. So right now it's going to look silly. Oh yeah, it actually needs to do something when you click it, because it's a button. So on click, you just flip the collapsed thing. And I just need to hide this. And when you're in this screen, oh yeah, this is the reason why this is not working. Styles.collapse. Writing is difficult. What media would you say has inspired Flareful? Well, I have a whole list for you. I have a bunch of files which are only for me, like the workshop kind of thing. I don't put them on the actual website. And if I go code Flareful, I have a whole list of inspirations. Some of it I have not watched yet. Some of it is just things I want to watch one day. But there's so much. Need to check out Lost Planet 2, Planets, The Expanse, Ghost in the Shell, Gundam Witch from Mercury, Terra Invicta, Wasteland 2, Metropolis 2001, For All Mankind, Soldier 1995, 12 Monkeys, Gattaca, Event Horizon, Virus 1999. Should I rename the game to Flareful 2143? Because apparently it's tradition in sci-fi to include the year. Outlaw Star. And these are the ones which have actually inspired me. I think the most would be Gunm, or Gunm. I don't know how you pronounce it. It's a kind of old manga. It's sci-fi, but it's very dystopian. And very gore. I wouldn't recommend this if you're under 18. If you are, go check it out. It's a lot of high concept nonsense. There's really cool stuff, and there's pudding as well. Mad Max, also big inspiration. Borderlands. The 100, not the book. I want to make this clear. More the TV series, which for some reason is so much better than the book. I don't know how that happened. The Last of Us, mostly because it falls in that genre which people call soft apocalypse, where the vegetation has reclaimed basically all of the cities. Like the buildings are covered in moss and leaves, etc. So it's kind of like, yeah, overgrown ruins. And I kind of like this aesthetic. We ended up moving away from it and basically covering the entire sky with toxic clouds, which made vegetation less of a thing. But I'm not opposed to going back because I really like this aesthetic. Heavenly Delusion, very new anime compared to Gun from Up Above. This one is very weird and it deals with very dark topics. So again, wouldn't recommend if this is like baby's first anime. Dying Light. Redline. So technically, when I think of Redline, personally, I think neon lights and exciting things. But it is also, like, at least at the start of the movie, it is a wasteland, and it's a very creative one. Like the world building, it kind of has that Mad Max feeling, where most of the world building is show don't tell, and they just bombard you with a bunch of crazy ideas for the first like 30 minutes of the movie. It's really cool. Decadence, another anime. This one, at least for the first half. I'm not gonna say anything about the second half. Let's just erase this. The first half has some great post-apocalyptic world building, and then anime happens, and then yeah, there's a bunch of other stuff. Trigun is probably like my entire childhood. Altered Carbon. I love the way they use AI, especially. It's not as cool as Cyberpunk. I will say, I think Cyberpunk is probably the best use of AI in a story that I've ever seen. But Altered Carbon is like, it's up there. Snowpiercer, Sabiku Ibisco, Last Oasis. I have a comment on there which says, those vehicles. I just want to, for context, show you what Last Oasis looks like. So you know these, I don't remember, it's a Dutch name. Those contraptions which walk based on the power of wind. They made an entire post-apocalyptic setting based on those vehicles. Where the concept is basically like, humanity doesn't have technology anymore, but they still have the knowledge required to build these things. And they're gonna use it for action. It's so cool. So yeah, there's a bunch of inspirations. I don't really take just from one. I'm trying to basically take what I like from one thing, take what I like from another thing, and create something new out of the blend of 15 different things, basically. So yeah, that's kind of the very long list of inspirations for Flarefall. Obviously, Fallout is a big inspiration, not only because I'm a huge Fallout nerd, but also because that's that entire system started as a Fallout system. Appleseed might be something to check out. Let me Google that off stream real quick. So I'm always looking for more stuff to shove in my eyes and use as inspiration. Appleseed manga. Oh, it looks dark. What is it about? I'm gonna have to check this out after the stream. But first, so I can actually check this out, I need to finish this thing. Hello, my console. Can I get a console? I got a console. Okay, so I just need basically... no, that's the Flareful code. I don't need that right now. Search params, the style. If you are here, you don't display the header. Why is it not updating? Did I forget something? Is it not an H2? Really enjoy Altered Carbon, the series. Yeah, it's so cool. I don't think that, like, I think they have an RPG, but I don't know how they handle the whole sleeving thing. Like, it seems like it would take away a lot of the stakes. Like, obviously, in the actual series, they find ways around it by making it the entire plot is like someone's sleeve didn't actually work. Or it worked too well, and now they have two active sleeves at the same time. Ooh. The Metro series might be another thing to consider. Yeah, it's one of the... So I'm working on this setting with a friend who's a physicist, a chemist, technically. And Metro is like his favorite franchise of all time. Unrelated, Save or Suck is great. Good job and thanks. Thank you. I think we got a review of it recently by, I think it was Eric Watson. I might be wrong on this. But yeah, it's nice to see that this thing is still relevant. So why is it not displaying properly? Ah, it's big. CSS. Always doing CSS things. It's cascading style sheets because it has a notion of priority, and here the priority for this one and this one are the same. It should increase the specificity if I do this. Nope. In that case, I will use the CSS equivalent of duct tape. Okay, let's reload the page to make sure I didn't mess up the state at any point. Okay, so it's still visible. Then here you just have the button. Perfect. The gap here is a bit too big. Because I have a gap here, and then a second gap here, and then a third gap here. Which is not great. I should also change the padding a bit here. Let's make it 1 EM everywhere except down. Okay, why is it like this? Oh, because I have a scroll bar here that right now it's not displaying because I don't need it. but it's still taking up the space just in case it needs it someday. How do I get rid of it? I think it should be this. Because this thing is scrollable. So this entire thing should go in the width over 800 pixels category. This as well, actually. That way I don't need to specify background none here. And these are the only shared properties between the two. I think like this it should be fine. And if I expand, I have my scroll bar, everything is working fine. Yep, I think that's good. I'm a weird guy that says death or dying isn't necessary for a tabletop RPG, but I think I'm way more. Just because it hasn't been done or done well doesn't mean it's not possible. That's absolutely true. To be honest, I'm more curious about how they handle it, rather than just like, it cannot be done. Like, yeah, sure, it can be done, but I have no idea how you would even begin to approach it, you know? Like, it's a fun problem to solve. Speaking of fun problems to solve, I think this is solved. And we can mark it off. And yeah, I think that's going to be the last one I do today. I'll definitely come back to that, just because there's a lot more here that I've been able to go through. We did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 today, which is still pretty good, but yeah, there's still a lot more to be done on this website. So yeah, thank you for hanging out, thank you for tuning in. Hope you had a nice little time on this stream. I don't think I'm going to stream the rest of the week. I need to start working on my next video, which, hint, is going to be about starting towns. But I will be streaming some Flarefall next week. I haven't decided what exactly yet. But yeah, I hope you hang out. I hope you use this website a lot and tell me everything that is wrong about it so I can fix it. Yeah, thank you for hanging out. See ya.